Interest number 1 of 2024. Inquest into the death of Albert Luthuli.
Yes, Ms. Good morning, my lady. My lady, in the proceedings adjourned yesterday, I had indicated to my lady that I would indicate the page numbers where certain oral submissions were made by various witnesses. There was a
Which witness?
There was a stage. Yes, my lady. There was a stage where we spoke about the evidence that was taken by one Detective Sergeant Charles Baron Lewis. And we referred to his oral testimony, saying that Lewis indicated that when the train crosses the bridge, the engine collapses with foot plate. Reference to that, my lady, is on page 454 of Exhibit D at lines 28 to 29. Unfortunately, my lady, one would have to physically count the lines because they're not indicated on the record. Charles Baron Lewis. There was also a time where he testified, where he confirmed that he could not, where he conceded that he could not confirm if the engine depicted on the picture is that of the locomotive that was involved. And this, he states at same page 454 at lines 30 to 36. Where he could not confirm how long the train was, it is stated on the same page 454 at lines 37 to 41. And where he had confirmed, or where he had testified that the train was traveling from south to north, it's on page 455 at line 10.
Yes, Mr.
Subject of the proceedings by you is listening from the members of the House. They are pleading with the State Council to raise the voice a bit.
Okay,
I'll do my best, my lady.
thank you.
And
Sorry about that. She will try and raise her voice.
And then with respect to the evidence or the testimony of Stephanus Albertus Latran, where he testified that he did not have time to slow down the train and that the deceased was walking in the middle of a footplate which was only 2 feet wide. Maledi, he stated this on page 464 of Exhibit D at line 12.
Where he said he could not slow
He could not slow down the train.
Is that all?
Correct, Maledi, that is all.
Thanks. I see Dr. Nkosazana Zuma. Welcome.
Thank you, Maledi. And also yesterday, Maledi, we had indicated to the court that we will pick up on the points of inconsistencies between the evidence of Latran, Khalid, and Adek. The first point of inconsistency stems from the description provided by the train staff in respect of the
That is
position.
Latran,
It would be Latran,
the train driver.
that's the train driver, Khalid, the fireman, and Van Beek, who was the train guard.
So those the three gentlemen
On board the train. Correct, Maledi. We submit that the first point of inconsistency stems from the description provided by the train staff in respect of the position of the deceased on the bridge after the alleged accident. From the description of how Latran found the body of the deceased on the bridge
of Alex, Chief Albert Luthuli.
of Chief Albert Luthuli.
Sorry, I know in court we normally say this is not a public.
Would you watch it,
For
brother?
those who are interested, let's rather use
His title as
Chief
the
Luthuli.
court please. From the description of how Latran found the body of Chief Luthuli on the bridge, he describes the body of Chief Luthuli as having been on the railway track of the bridge. That is Latran. Khalid, on the other hand, provides two conflicting versions to state that the body was on the tracks and subsequently changes the version to state that the body was on a steel plate. Van Beek, who according to the evidence was the first person to be
So trading gives two versions,
two versions, correct?
which are self-contradictory.
Self-contradictory.
One version is that the first version is that the body was
On the tracks. And immediately after that, he states that the body was on the footplate. Van Beek, who according to the evidence was the first person to be with Chief Luthuli immediately after the so-called accident, categorically stated that the body was on the footplate. Van Beek states that he saw the deceased lying on the walkway of the bridge. As I quote. It should be noted, my lady,
Ms. Shrin, sorry to interrupt you. Categorically, he said that the body
was on the footplate.
was on the footplate, and then he saw him walking.
I beg your pardon, my lady.
Did he say he saw him walking?
No. Okay, my lady. This is Van Beek, the train guide. When he alighted the train to go and inspect what happened, he saw the body of Chief Luthuli on the footplate.
Okay.
Yes, I did. But lady, we submit that it should be noted that this description relating to the position of the body having been on the walkway corresponds to that of Krayling's later description. Latahan stated that the body of Chief Luthuli was on the railway tracks and that he had then moved the body of the deceased onto the walkway. Therefore, in accordance with Krayling and Van Beek's statements, we submit that the deceased, or Chief Luthuli, after the alleged incident, was found lying on the walkway, as opposed to the tracks as testified by Latahan. It is submitted that these contradictions are material, in that if the body of Chief Luthuli was found on the tracks, one would ostensibly be inclined to believe that he was indeed a victim of a train accident. However, with the body being found on the footplate, such situation immediately suggests foul play and puts to question the probability of a train accident having occurred, especially in light of the width of the said footplate. Secondly, there is a contradiction in the time interval provided by Van Beek and Latahan with respect to the stopping of the train and its subsequent departure. Latahan stated that the interval was 40 minutes, whilst Van Beek stated that it was 20 minutes. This contradiction is also material in that it indicates that the times recorded were not legitimate. It is expected that train personnel, especially the train driver and conductor, would be meticulous with recording time, as the movement and travel of trains is dependent upon time. Thirdly, there were 3 occupants on the train. However, Latahan did not even once try to alert either Krayling or Van Beek that there was a pedestrian on the bridge who was not moving out of the way, even whilst the whistle was being blown, according to him. It is expected, my lady, that a reasonable person in the position of Latahan would at the very least have shown signs of panic and desperation in that moment of alerting Krayling, who was standing near him, that there is a pedestrian walking on the rail tracks who is not moving out of the way. For him to simply keep quiet and blow the whistle as if he was doing so under normal circumstances is, as we submit, rather strange. Fourthly, if the train was 55 meters away from the southern end of the bridge when the deceased first entered the bridge, as is claimed by Latahan, we submit that it is highly improbable that Krayling would not have seen the deceased if he was looking out of the window the whole time. In these reopened inquest proceedings, Warrant Officer Brendan Burgess and Warrant Officer Stuart Bell, whose evidence we shall touch on at a later stage in this address, established that one is able to see at a distance of at least 200 meters when looking outside the window of a Class 15CA, looking onto a railway track. We therefore submit that Krayling would have been able to see Chief Luthuli if he was in fact walking on the railway track. Fifthly, nowhere in his affidavit does Van Beek make mention of Latahan having blown the whistle of the train. He only mentioned it after being probed during cross-examination by Mr. Wilson, the lawyer representing the Luthuli family at the 1967 inquest, that the whistle was blown twice. This can be that the whistle was blown twice, first at the crossing and just when his wagon came onto the bridge. This can be referenced from his oral statement on page 460 of Exhibit D and line 25. It is submitted that this suggests a tailoring of evidence. Sixthly, Latahan does not indicate that he was assisted by Krayling to move the body into a more comfortable position on the footplate. We can, however, accept that If indeed this movement of the body did occur, and given the weight and height of the deceased, Latakhan would not have been able to move the body alone without assistance. Seventhly, nowhere in his affidavit does Latakhan talk about the presence of the station foreman being at the accident scene. He only talks about the station master, whilst Freyling and Van Beek talk about the station foreman having been present at the scene. The question begs again as to who exactly was present at the scene. It is submitted, my lady, that these witnesses should have been confronted with the above-mentioned inconsistencies by the 1967 Inquest Court in order to ascertain the true version of events. As was argued earlier in our opening submissions of 14 April 2025, the 1967 inquest proceedings were haphazard and rushed. It is evident that the court had no keen interest in finding out the real cause behind the death of Luthuli and whether anyone could be blamed for Luthuli's death. We now move to highlight evidence presented by other witnesses at the inquest court held in 1967. The 1967 inquest records indicate that there were other people who attended to the scene just after the alleged train accident had occurred. Such persons are the station master, that is Andries Leviticus Manus Pretorius, the station foreman, who is referred to as Stain. However, the statement of this person was not filed, and neither was he called by the court to present evidence. We became aware of the identity of the station foreman through the affidavit of Detective Sergeant Andries Pietermaritzburg. Also present at the scene, according to the evidence presented, was a laborer working on a nearby bridge, Zakani Madaba, and an ambulance driver, Peter Francis Babaya. For the sake of completeness and for cross-referencing at a later stage, we move to summarize the evidence of each witness. Summary of the evidence of the station master, that is Andries Leviticus Manus Pretorius. My lady, that statement can be referenced on page 489 to 490 of Exhibit D. In his affidavit, he confirmed that on 21 July 1967, train number 332 passed through Gledhouse Station at 10:36 a.m. He stated that shortly afterwards, it's not clear exactly how long afterwards, a phone message was received at the station informing them that a Bantu man had been struck by train 332 on the Umfoti River Bridge. He immediately proceeded to the scene where he found Latakhan and Van Beek standing next to an injured man on the southern end of the bridge. According to Pretorius, the injured man was lying on his back on the steel plate. The injured man had head injuries from which he was bleeding and was also unconscious. Pretorius immediately recognized the injured man as ex-Chief Albert Luthuli. On arrival at the scene, Latakhan informed him that the train struck the deceased whilst he was walking over the bridge. Pretorius stated that he saw blood at the place where the deceased lay, but there were no drag marks on the scene. We pause to bring it to the attention of this honorable court that the station master did not make mention of seeing any blood on the tracks, which we submit should have been the case if the deceased was lying on the railway tracks as had been described by Latakhan, the train driver. We reiterate that Latakhan stated that the head of the deceased was on the railway tracks, and we submit that if the deceased was bleeding from the head as described by Pretorius, surely blood from the head of the deceased would have been left behind on the railway tracks. The station master only makes mention of blood on the footplate. After he had obtained particulars from the train crew, Pretorius stated that he authorized for the train to depart. Pretorius then reported the incident to open quote, trains operating in Durban, close quote. It is not clear who or what trains operating in Durban is and why a report was submitted to it for them. Persons on board the train, the policeman Berger, and one Mataba, whose evidence will be summarized next, stated that there was a strong wind blowing. However, Pretorius stated that there was no wind blowing on that day. Summary of evidence of the South African Railways labourer, Sabani Mataba. My lady, his statement is on pages 491 to 492 of Exhibit D. Zakani Mataba, who shall be referred to as Mataba going forward, presented oral evidence and a written affidavit with respect to the incident. In his affidavit, he stated that on 21 July 1967, he was working on the construction of a new bridge near the Umvoti River Bridge, where the alleged accident took place. According to his oral testimony reflected on page 461 of Exhibit D, at line 18, he was together with another person when he saw the train coming from Stanger entering the Umvoti River Bridge. He was adamant that when the train entered the bridge, the whistle of the train was not blown, as reflected on page 461 of Exhibit D, line 25. However, he conceded that he may not have heard the whistle blow because he was concentrating on his work, and there was a strong wind blowing from the southwesterly direction, as reflected on page 462 of Exhibit D at lines 17 to 19. Mataba stated in his affidavit that just after 10:30 a.m., he saw the station master of Glenhouse Station come from the direction of Glenhouse and walking towards the bridge. He stated that the station master called him to accompany him. According to Mataba, he accompanied Pretorius to the Durban side of the bridge, and close to the end of the bridge, he saw an injured and unconscious Bantu male lying on his back on a steel plate. Once again, we submit that Mataba is another person from whom there is no mention of the presence of blood on the railway tracks. Mataba stated that the man had sustained head injuries and there was a lot of blood on the steel plate. He stated that when he and the station master arrived at the scene, there were 3 other Europeans at the scene: the train driver, the fireman, and the guard. Mataba stated that he remained on the scene until the ambulance arrived and assisted certain persons to carry the deceased on a stretcher to the northern side of the bridge where the ambulance was waiting. It is not clear who these persons are who he assisted in carrying the deceased on a stretcher. During oral evidence, as referenced on pages 461 of Exhibit D, at lines 26 to 41, and page 462 of Exhibit D, at lines 1 to 16, Mataba testified that he had on previous occasions been on the footplate of the bridge when the train passed, and that the train makes a lot of noise and would cause the bridge to shake. He further testified that he always heard trains whistle when they entered the bridge, but with this particular train, he did not hear the whistle blow. This is referenced on page 462 of Exhibit D at lines 1 to 16. Mataba further confirmed that he is the individual portrayed on Exhibit J, which was a photograph taken by the Sunday Tribune on 30 July 1967. He informed the court on page 462 of Exhibit D at lines 39 to 41 and page 463 of Exhibit D at line 1 that the place where he is standing on the photograph is the place where the deceased was lying when he first saw him. Summary of evidence of the ambulance driver, Peter Francis Babaya. Reference, my lady, can be made to page 493 of Exhibit D. Babaya stated in an affidavit that on 21 July 1967, whilst on duty at Stanger Hospital, a telephone call was received at 10:40 a.m. for an ambulance to be dispatched to Glenhouse Station. We pause at this stage to remind the Honourable Court that according to the statement of the station master, Pretorius, the train passed Glenhouse Station at 10:36 a.m. It is curious, therefore, how it is that there was a 4-minute interval between the train passing Glenhouse station and the phone call being received by the hospital. We shall elaborate on this improbability at a later stage in this address. Papaya stated that he proceeded to Glenhouse station with an ambulance assistant and arrived there around 11 a.m. On arrival at Glenhouse station, he was told of an injured Bantu man on the bridge. He and the ambulance assistant then proceeded to the bridge together with the station foreman. We pause once again, my lady, to submit that it is curious to note why the station foreman would at this stage proceed together with the ambulance crew to the scene of the accident when, in accordance with the statement of Albert, who is the train conductor, the station foreman had given an undertaking to take over the protection points. As shall be seen later, in accordance with the evidence of one of the locomotive experts who testified in these reopened inquest proceedings, Mr. Leslie Labuskakni, the person who takes over the protection points is not supposed to leave those points until such time he receives authorization and information that the accident scene has been cleared. Mr. Labuskakni further informed this court that protecting the train would on average take an hour. This can be referenced from the record of the current reopened inquest proceedings dated 7 May 2025 on page 34 at lines 10 to 11 on the 7th of May. We submit, therefore, that it would not have been possible for Stain to have been at the station to meet up with Papaya at 11. We also point out to this honorable court that the duration pertaining to the following events. Number one, the time spent by Van Beek, that is the guard, to walk to the telephone box at Ape's and make the phone call. The time spent by the station master and foreman to walk from the station to the scene in order to ascertain what happened. Number three, the 15 minutes which was spent at the scene by those present, including the station foreman. The time it took for the station foreman to walk back to the station, and the time it took for the station foreman to return to the scene, where he informed Van Beek, the guard, about the station master, having informed him that the train can depart and that the station master would await the arrival of the ambulance. All of this, we submit, my lady, could not have occurred within 22 minutes. That is the time it is alleged the accident happened, which was 10:38, and Papaya's allegation that the ambulance arrived at the station at 11. Papaya further stated that he, the station foreman, and the ambulance assistant parked the ambulance on the northern side of the bridge and proceeded to walk to the southern end with a stretcher. Upon arrival at the scene, he found the Bantu man lying on a steel plate. Papaya immediately recognized the injured man as ex-Chief Albert Luthuli. It is not clear how Papaya knew Luthuli to have identified him. According to Papaya, the patient was unconscious, suffered multiple head injuries, and had blood on his face. He was informed, it was not clear by who, that Luthuli had been struck by a train whilst on the bridge. Papaya did not make mention of seeing a train. It is apparent at this stage that the train had already departed. The patient was then loaded onto a stretcher and carried over to the northern end of the bridge, where the ambulance was waiting. The patient was transported to Snack Hospital, where, according to Papaya, he was admitted at 11:45 a.m. We pause at this stage, my lady, to remind the Honorable Court that this is inconsistent with the statement of Dr. Mary Gregerson, who stated that she attended to the patient at 11:30 a.m.
Before the patient arrived.
Correct, my lady. Papaya stated that he was informed later that day that the patient had died at Stanker Hospital, and he was present at the Stanker Hospital mortuary to identify the body of Chief Luthuli. The identification occurred on the same day the patient died, that was on 21 July 1967. We now move to elaborate on points of inconsistencies and improbabilities between the evidence of the train staff and the evidence of witnesses who arrived at the scene after the alleged train accident, especially in relation to time. Firstly, it was reported by the train staff that the accident occurred at 10:38 a.m. and Papaya stated that the telephone call which the hospital received informing them of the accident occurred at 10:40. This is an interval of 2 minutes between the occurrence of the so-called accident and the receipt of the call by the hospital. It is submitted that this is highly improbable. Evidence shows that Van Wyk, the guard, first went to inspect the deceased as he was lying on the bridge. Then he went to telephone the station master, that is Pretorius, on the telephone box at the Afhaze, informing him of the accident. It is submitted, therefore, that this alone would have taken more than 2 minutes. Mr. Leslie Labuskakni testified as per the record of 7 May 2025 on page 29 at lines 18 to 19 that the telephone at the Afhaze would normally be 200 meters away from the train station. Warrant Officer Sunette Nell established that the walking distance between Glenhouse Station and the northern end of the Umvoti River Bridge is 10 minutes. Her evidence can be referenced in the record of 13 May 2025 on page 18 at lines 15 to 17. We submit, my lady, that if Van Wyk was brisk walking or even running to the said telephone box, this conduct would have taken more than 2 minutes. We submit, my lady, that the most probable time that Van Wyk would have made the phone call to the station master would have been around 10:50, that's 10 to 11. This is because when one takes into account that the telephone box, which was at the Afhaze signal, would have been 200 meters away from Glenhouse Station, it is probable that it would have taken Van Wyk a total of between 2 and 5 minutes to alight the train and then inspect Luthuli as he was lying on the bridge. This duration is proposed taking into account the detailed description which was provided by Van Wyk pertaining to the clothing of the deceased. Chief Luthuli, I beg your pardon. He most probably would have taken a further 5 minutes to get to the telephone box to ring the station. Therefore, a 10-minute interval from the time the alleged accident occurred to the time the telephone call to the station was made is most probable. According to the statement of Pretorius, as soon as he received the report from Van Wyk, he immediately proceeded to the accident scene. Van Wyk, which is the guard, in his statement, states that he saw both the station master and station foreman approaching the scene. It is submitted, my lady, that both Pretorius and Stein would have left the station around 10:51 a.m. That is 9 minutes to 11. Taking into account that the walking distance between Glenhouse Station and the southern and the northern end of the Umvoti River Bridge would have taken approximately 10 minutes and perhaps 5 to 7 minutes brisk walking, Pretorius and Stein would only have arrived at the scene at around 11 a.m. to submit. It is therefore highly improbable that Papaya would have met Stein at the train station at 11 a.m. We submit that this is the time which Steyn would have been at the accident scene, together with the station master. According to Van Wyk, he, the station master, and the station foreman were at the scene for 15 minutes, and after that, the station foreman returned to the station. It is submitted that it was at that stage, when the foreman returned to the station, that the phone call was made to summons the ambulance and the police to the scene. According to the statement of Berger, when he received a phone call from Steyn, that is the foreman, at around, open quote, 10:55 a.m., close quote, Steyn informed him, that is the station foreman, that the person who had been knocked down by a train was ex-Chief Albert Luthuli. It is submitted by Wyk, however, that Steyn would not have been aware of who the injured man was prior to him attending to the scene. This is because Steyn and the station master Pretorius first went to the scene to ascertain what was going on. They then stood there for 15 minutes, and after that, Steyn returned to the station. When Steyn returned from the station the second time, he informed Van Wyk of the identity of the deceased and that the station master will await the arrival of the ambulance. It is submitted that the only inference which can be drawn is that Steyn summoned the police and ambulance at the station before his return to the scene. His arrival at the station would have been well after 11 a.m., taking into consideration the 10-minute walking distance between Glenhouse Station and the northern end of the Umvoti Bridge. We wish to remind this Honourable Court of the evidence presented at the 1967 inquest proceedings, wherein witnesses informed the court that the accident occurred on the southern end of the Umvoti Bridge. The length of the bridge was calculated by Sergeant Lewis as having been 296 meters long. This would have entailed an extra walking distance from the northern end to the southern end, and suggests that the walk from the station to the southern end of the bridge would have been longer than 10 minutes. However, to work with a measurement that is clear and that has been tested by Warrant Officer Sunetnell, we submit that based on the 10-minute walk calculation between the Glenhouse Station and the northern end of the bridge, the station foreman would have arrived at the station at around 11:25 a.m. because he would have left the scene at 11:15, which takes into account the 15 minutes duration that Steyn and others spent at the scene. The ambulance and the police were therefore only called at around 11:25 a.m. Therefore, the version tendered by Berger in his statement to say that he received a call at 10:55 a.m. is incorrect, and the same goes for Babaya. The hospital could not have received a call at 10:40 a.m. This was done to cover up the true version of events as we submit. To further cement the argument that the ambulance was not called immediately after Van Wyk's report, Pretorius, in his statement, when he describes the sequence of events, he states as follows. He first talks about being on duty and then receiving a call from the telephone box informing him of a train accident on the bridge. Subsequent to the telephone call, he talks about immediately going to the scene of the said accident to see what happened, and then afterwards he talks about an ambulance being summoned. It is common cause that in those days there were no cellular phones from which one could make an instant phone call. We submit that the call to the hospital would only have been made from one of two places, either the telephone box at the uphaze, which according to evidence is normally placed at 200 meters away from the station, or at the station itself. According to Berger, who was the other policeman, the call was received from the station. These sequence of events as described by Pretorius, we submit, would have, as per our earlier taken a considerable amount of time. The question to be answered is why the station master, the station foreman, and the train staff stood there for 15 minutes before the station foreman went back to the station to summon the police and ambulance. It is at this stage we submit that a plan was hatched to cover up the real circumstances of the event. Part of the plan to cover up what really happened was to ensure that the train is not found at the scene. Arguments will be advanced at a later stage with respect to why it is deemed important that the train not be at the scene. The second inconsistency and/or improbability relates to the time when Luthuli would have been admitted to hospital. Even though in our arguments above, we have dismissed the fact that the telephone call to the hospital would have been received at 10:40. For purposes of calculation of the time it would have taken the ambulance to leave the hospital and arrive at Gledhow station, it is submitted that indeed it would have taken 20 minutes as intimated by Papaya in his statement.
So what was the distance? Do you have evidence of the distance between the hospital and the
I'm getting to that. A quick search on a map or a quick Google map search would indicate that the distance between Stangle Hospital and Gledhow Station is 4.9 kilometers via the Gledhow Mill Road and King Shaka Street. Traveling on gravel road would therefore most probably, we submit, have resulted in a vehicle taking approximately 20 minutes to travel that distance. If this court were to agree with our earlier submissions that the ambulance was only summoned at around 11:25 a.m., then the ambulance would have arrived at Gledhow station at approximately 11:45 a.m. and perhaps taken another 5 minutes to arrive at the northern end of the bridge.
So it's 11:25, arriving at 11:45, and then
11:25 at the station.
at the hospital. The ambulance left the hospital at 11:25.
Yes, the ambulance
20
leaving. Yes, my lady. The ambulance leaving the hospital at 11:25.
And then 20 minutes.
20 minutes later, arriving at the station would be 11:45.
And then you
And
enter.
another 5 minutes where they had to walk, or where they had to drive again to the northern end of the Mfoti Bridge.
Yes.
This would mean that the ambulance arrived at the northern side of the bridge around 11:50 a.m. Papaya, his assistant, and the station foreman, according to the statement of Papaya, had to walk across the bridge to the southern end with a stretcher. It has been established that the length of the bridge is 963 feet long. That was established by Lewis. On page 472 of Exhibit D and paragraph 5. 963 feet, my lady, is approximately 296.57 meters. Therefore, practically, we submit, it would have most probably taken them an extra 3 to 4 minutes to walk across the bridge to get to the southern end, and possibly a further 5 minutes to lift Chief Luthuli off the steel plate and strap him onto the stretcher. And then, my lady, another 5 minutes to walk back to the northern end of the bridge, carrying Chief Luthuli and loading him onto the ambulance. These are just estimates and probabilities, Nani. Therefore, probability dictates that the total time which would have been spent on and off the bridge would have been approximately 40 minutes. The ambulance would then have proceeded to Stego Hospital at around 12:04 p.m. and possibly reached the hospital between 12:30 p.m. and 12:40 p.m. and not 11:45 a.m. as stated by Papai.
So, your submission is that the ambulance would have been able, in all probability, to leave the scene from where it had been parked, now carrying Chief Albert Luthuli. At what time?
Give or take 12:40 p.m.
And then you add, that is the time when the ambulance
Arrived at the hospital.
at the hospital.
12:40, 12:40. Can be between 12:30 and 12:40 in all probability. Manidi, I see it is 2 minutes to the tea break. This has been an opportune time.
The papayas, contrary to, so the inconsistency of papayas evidence in respect of time is how many minutes apart?
If my maths is correct, Manidi, give or
Papaya
take,
says he arrived at the
give or
hospital.
take 55 minutes.
He says he arrived at the hospital at
11:45 a.m. That's when he states the Chief Luthuli was
so
admitted.
there's a variance of about 55,
About 55 minutes, give or take.
close to an hour.
Close to an hour.
On that note, let's have a tea break. And resume at 11:30.
Got to discuss it carefully, so we have to check it. Well, that's 11.
Assume
presumption?
Yes, please.
And then we move to address the third inconsistency. And we submit that the third inconsistency relates to the presence of the train when Mataba and Babaya arrived on the scene. Neither of these two witnesses make reference to having seen the train when they arrived at the scene. In the case of Babaya, when the report was made to him about a train having struck the deceased, it is admitted that he would have intimated at having seen the train which struck the deceased depart upon his arrival. Mataba as well, on his arrival at the scene, he only talks about seeing the Chief Luthuli and being at the said scene until the arrival of the ambulance. He does not talk about the departure of the train or the train being there at the scene. What is further confusing about the evidence of Mataba, in contrast to that of the station master Pretorius, is that Mataba stated that he went to the scene with Pretorius. If this was the case, we submit that Mataba would have seen the train, because according to Pretorius, Pretorius, authorized for the train to depart after he had been on the scene with the train staff. When analyzing the statement of Babaya, one gets the impression that upon his arrival, there was no train which was departing as stated by Latahan, Craven, and Convey. In fact, there is no mention by the station master, Pretorius, of the train departing upon or just before the arrival of the ambulance. It is therefore submitted that the train staff tailored their evidence to make it seem as if the Chief Luthuli was provided with urgent medical care, when this in fact was not the case. As argued previously, the incident occurred at around 10:38 a.m., but medical attention by the ambulance staff was only provided to Chief Luthuli between 10:55 a.m. and 12 p.m. And by the time the deceased received this medical attention, the train had already departed. It is submitted that the instructions were given for the train to depart before the arrival of the ambulance and police, so that probing questions by those acting in good faith would not be raised with respect to exactly how the accident occurred. We submit that those acting in good faith, upon seeing the train, would have established that the train was not involved in a collision with a pedestrian. My lady, we now move to discuss the evidence of witnesses who were not present at the scene. As mentioned earlier in this address, other written statements were submitted during the 1967 Inquest court proceedings by the prosecutor. These were statements of Thembinkosi Luthuli, marked as Exhibit Q in the said proceedings, Nobukanya Luthuli, marked as Exhibit R, Enes Mfega, marked as Exhibit S, and Zipi Kumede, marked as Exhibit T. We proceed to summarize the statements of each witness for purposes of completeness and cross-referencing at a later stage. The summary of the statement of Eric Thembinkosi Luthuli, my lady, that statement can be found on pages 496 to 497 of Exhibit D. Eric Thembinkosi Luthuli, whom we shall refer to as D, described himself as a bus rank manager of Cargill Bus Services. He further described himself as the grandchild of Chief Luthuli. He stated that on 21 July 1967, he had seen Chief Luthuli standing at a bus stop at 6:30 a.m. wearing a khaki suit and hat. According to Luthuli, the deceased was also wearing an eye shield over his right eye, and he stated that the deceased was hard of hearing to the extent that would have to raise his or her voice when talking to Chief Luthuli. Luthuli stated that whilst he was at his workplace, a female aide from Stanford Hospital informed him that Chief Luthuli had been admitted to hospital as a result of an accident. He was requested by this aide, according to him, to proceed to Groundville and inform the family of the accident. Luthuli stated that upon arrival at the home of the deceased at 12:20 p.m., no one was home. He waited until 2 p.m. and left without having seen anyone at Chief Luthuli's homestead or the relatives. He then proceeded to Stanford Hospital and upon arrival was informed that Luthuli had died. He accompanied members of the South African Railway Police to Stanford Hospital mortuary, where he identified the body of Chief Luthuli, of the deceased, as being that of his grandfather, Chief Albert Luthuli. He did not mention what time he arrived at the hospital, with whom of the South African Railway Police he went with to the mortuary, and who at the hospital had informed him of the death. Summary of the statement of Nobukhanya Luthuli. My lady, the said statement is on pages 498 to 499 of Exhibit D. In her affidavit, Nobukhanya Luthuli described herself as a housewife and the widow of the deceased, who was 68 years old at the time. She stated that the deceased had left his home at 8:30 a.m. on 21 July 1967, stating that he was first going to the shop, which he owned near Glehouse Station on the northern side of the Umvoti River, and thereafter to his plantation, which was on the southern side of the bridge. The reason why he needed to visit his plantation was to monitor how the cane was being cut by the field laborers. When he left home, Chief Luthuli was of good health, according to Nobukhanya Luthuli. The sight of his left eye was impaired to the extent that he could not see with it, but his right eye was extremely sharp, and she opined that this one eye could see better than both of her eyes, especially when he was reading. His hearing was not impaired at all, according to Mrs. Luthuli. She stated that her husband was wearing khaki trousers, shirt, jacket, black shoes, and a hat. She could not remember if he was wearing an overcoat. At around 1:05 p.m., whilst at St. Aidan's Hospital in Durban, waiting for her daughter, Nobukhanya Luthuli stated that both her son-in-law and daughter informed her of Chief Luthuli having been involved in an accident. The daughter and son-in-law had been advised of this by another daughter of Chief Luthuli who worked at the Mokolo Zulu Hospital in Durban. The information they received was that Chief Luthuli was sent to King Edward VIII Hospital in Durban. Nobukhanya and her children then proceeded to King Edward Hospital, only to be informed that that Chief Luthuli was not brought to King Edward Hospital. They were informed that Chief Luthuli was transported to Stanford Hospital and that a neurosurgeon was sent to go and attend to him at Stanford Hospital. She and her children then proceeded to Stanford Hospital and arrived at 20:35 p.m. At 2:30 p.m., a neurosurgeon from Durban, Dr. Lubert, informed her of the death of Chief Luthuli. She stated that on 19 July 1967, that's a few days before the death of Chief Luthuli, she had advised Chief Luthuli to use the new bridge to cross over the river, as she considered this to be a safer route. She's not certain why Chief Luthuli did not heed to her advice. She stated that in her own mind and that of her family, they were satisfied that the death of Chief Luthuli was as a result of a pure accident. Summary of the statement of Ines Mpeka. She described herself as an employee of the deceased General Dealer Store in Grantville. On 21 July 1967, she was working at the store when Chief Luthuli arrived at 9:30 a.m.
It's on page 500.
Oh, I beg your pardon, my lady. That's on page 500 to 501. Thank you very much. She stated that Chief Luthuli left the store at around 10 a.m., saying that he is going to his sugarcane plantation. When Chief Luthuli left the store, he was in good health, wearing khaki trousers, jacket, overcoat, and a gray colored hat. According to Ines Mpeka, about an hour later, one of the customers entered the store and informed her and others who were present at the store that a Bantu male was involved in an accident on the bridge. The customer did not mention who this Bantu male was. Shortly afterwards, she states that another customer came to the shop to confirm that the Bantu male was Chief Albert Luthuli. We pause at this stage, my lady, to bring it to the attention of this honorable court that none of these persons ever mentioned Luthuli being transported to hospital. The report to Mpeka about a person being involved in an accident occurred around 11 a.m., that is about an hour later, as per the statement. This again ties in with our earlier submission that the deceased would only have been taken by the ambulance to the hospital at around 12 p.m. because indeed the deceased was fetched by the ambulance at around 11. Oh, sorry, I read it back now. This again ties in with our earlier submission that the deceased would only have been taken by the ambulance to the hospital at around 12 p.m. because if indeed the deceased was fetched by the ambulance at around 11, it is most probable that one of the two customers who walked into the shop would have informed Mpeka of that fact. Later, she states, one of the other employees of the store who had gone to the scene of the accident returned to report that Luthuli had been removed to the hospital. It is not clear as to when later is. However, the reading of the statement suggests that a long interval of time occurred between when Mpeka received the first report about a Bantu man being involved in an accident and the report about Luthuli having been removed to the hospital. It will be noted that the word shortly is used between the first report about the Bantu man and the second report which confirmed the Bantu man to be Luthuli. This suggests, we submit, that the interval between these two particular reports was rather short. However, the use of the word later between the time when it was reported that the injured man is Luthuli and him being removed to hospital suggests that there was an extended period of time between the two reports. This ties in with the above argument that the ambulance only arrived later at 12 p.m. and was around 11 a.m., as it would have liked the court to believe.
Although we do not have the exact distance between the store and the sea, but I'm looking at the paragraph later on, his employees had gone to the scene of the accident.
Correct.
Which you don't take any time. You observe what they observe, and then return to the shop. So it's a longer interval.
It's a long interval. Correct, my lady. Mpeka stated that Luthuli visited his plantation every day and would normally use the Umvoti rail bridge to get to this plantation. According to Mpeka, the deceased left eye was sightless, but his right eye could see very well in that he was able to read and write letters without aid. Further, his hearing was also very good. Summary of statement by Gumede. That statement is on pages 502 to 503 of Exhibit D. Gumede described herself as a housewife and someone who was well known to the Luthuli family. She stated that on 21 July 1967, she and two men had started working together at Luthuli's sugarcane plantation from 6:30 a.m. The Umvoti River Bridge was visible from where they were working. At about 11 a.m., she saw a goods train stop on the railway on the Durban side of the bridge, not too far from where they were working. She then saw the guard get out of the guard van and walk fast towards the bridge. We pause to submit that this implies that the train had wholly passed the bridge. Gumede stated that when the guard got to the end of the bridge, she saw him bent down. After that, she saw the guard run towards the direction of Gledhouse Station. She then saw the engine driver and another European get off the train and start walking towards the bridge. Shortly afterwards, she saw two Europeans return to the bridge with the guard from the direction of Gledhouse Station. She then saw one Bantu coming from the Durban side of the bridge, approaching towards the Europeans, where the Europeans had gathered on the bridge. We submit that this would have been the direction from where the train driver and fireman alighted the train. Gumede stated that this Bantu then walked back in the same direction he came from, that is the Durban side. He was with the Europeans only for a short while. Shortly afterwards, Gumede stated that she saw the train driver and the European who was with him when they alighted the train go back into the train, and the train departed the scene. Shortly after the train had departed, she saw somebody being carried on a stretcher by the Europeans who had come from Gledhouse Station, as well as two other people wearing white. The race of these two people is not mentioned. She did not see an ambulance, but was informed that an ambulance had arrived to take the person to hospital. At about midday, an unknown Bantu woman informed her and others that the person who had been picked up from the bridge was Albert Luthuli, and that he had been struck by a train. Zipi Gumede stated that she did not witness this accident. She further stated that Luthuli never came to the plantation on that day, even though his arrival at the same plantation was expected. Gumede stated that it was a clear day, but there was a strong wind blowing. She further stated that the two gentlemen who were with her would corroborate what she said in her statement. We now move to highlight points of inconsistency between the evidence of witnesses who were present at the scene and those who were not present at the scene.
Okay, what do you make of
So,
what do you make of Gumede's statement? Would that be Mataba?
Yes, my lady, I believe that the Bantu man that she saw would have been Mataba, and I was going to address that following. Thank you, ma'am. Eric clearly stated in his affidavit that when he saw the deceased on the morning of 21 July 1967, it was at a bus stop at 6:30 in the morning. He stated that the deceased was wearing an eye shield over his right eye. It is submitted that this would have been highly improbable and an exaggeration on the part of this witness, because evidence had been presented that it was the left eye of the deceased, or of Chief Luthuli, which was sightless, and not his right eye. Further, no other witness had described Luthuli as having worn an eye patch. Eric Cili is also the only witness to have stated that the deceased was hard of hearing. Other witnesses who knew Chief Luthuli, his wife, and his employee at the shop stated that Chief Luthuli's hearing was good. Cili further stated that he arrived at the Luthuli homestead at 12:20 p.m. However, except our earlier submission that the deceased was in fact admitted at the hospital at around 12:40 p.m., then this statement by Cili is clearly false, along with his assertion that he was the grandchild of the deceased. In the current reopened proceedings, family members of the deceased and family members of Chief Luthuli have denied knowing the existence of Cili. It is submitted that the only reason why the affidavit of Cili was submitted into evidence at the 1967 inquest proceedings was to cover up the state's negligence in that they had failed to inform family members about the alleged incident. Having realized this omission, they thought it best to fabricate the statement of Cili in order to make it seem as if all efforts were made to inform the family of the deceased. But it is evident that this never happened because Mrs. Nobukanya Luthuli and her children were informed by another daughter of hers who worked at the McCord Luthuli Hospital. The exact whereabouts of Chief Luthuli were also not clearly communicated to the family, especially the daughter who worked at the McCord Luthuli Hospital. This daughter was incorrectly informed that Chief Luthuli was at King Edward VIII Hospital. It is unfortunately not clear who communicated this information to the daughter working at the McCord Luthuli Hospital. Worse still, as per the evidence of one of the remaining daughters of Mrs. Nobukanya Luthuli, Dr. Albertina Luthuli, information relating to the alleged accident involving her father, Chief Luthuli, was heard on the news over the radio. According to Latahan, the accident occurred around 10:38 a.m. and he immediately applied the brakes of the train upon impact with the deceased. In contrast, Zipi Gumeda states that she saw the train stop at around 11 a.m. There is a 20 to 22 minute difference between when Latahan states the train stopped and when Zipi Gumeda saw the train stop. According to evidence made at the 1967 inquest proceedings, there was only one Bantu male at the bridge with the Europeans, Nzabani Mataba. Based on this, it is submitted that the only inference which can be drawn is that Zipi Gumeda was referring to Nzabani Mataba as the Bantu male she saw on the bridge. According to Mataba, the station manager called him to accompany him to the scene, which contradicts what Zipi Gumeda saw. According to Zipi Gumeda, the Bantu male came from the Durban side of the bridge and not from the side of the warehouse station. Glenhouse Station is the direction from which Van Beek, Pretorius, and the station foreman came. The Bantu male, according to Zipi Gumeda, was only with the Europeans on the bridge for a very short time and went back in the direction from which he came, that is the Durban side. Mataba, on the other hand, stated that he remained at the accident scene until the ambulance arrived. There are clear contradictions between the evidence of all of these witnesses. Zipi Gumeda stated that she did not see an ambulance arrive. Perhaps it could be because the ambulance was parked on the northern end of the bridge, whilst she and the other laborers were working on the fields which is closer to the southern end of the bridge. Our overall submissions with respect to the evidence that was presented at the 1967 inquest, my lady, we submit that the court failed to thoroughly evaluate the evidence presented. No thorough investigation to probe the statements and testimonies of the witnesses was done by the court, and witnesses were not cross-examined on the discrepancies highlighted earlier in our address. It is submitted once again that the proceedings were hurried and handled in a haphazard manner to ensure that no fault is imputed upon any persons. We move now.
Sorry, before we move, can you please make me comprehend this statement on page 496? that on the afternoon of on the afternoon of 23rd July, where the place of employment, didn't he say that he had seen Chief Albert Luthuli earlier that day on the morning, in the morning?
Correct, that's what he stated, my lady. He stated he saw Chief Luthuli earlier in the morning at the bus stop at 6:30 a.m.
But then contrast that to Mrs. Nokanya, who says that on page 498, the Chief Luthuli left at about 8:30. It's probably that he would have seen him after 6 in the morning when he already at home. So he actually educated it.
Highly improbable, my lady. And I did think about that aspect, my lady. And I'm glad that my lady is raising it. I believe that the most probable version would be that of Mrs. Nokanya too. One
Really,
to
also died, that this is his grandfather. I don't know why.
yes,
Because none of the family members will later testify.
no, it is. That's the first point. And my lady, for him to be wandering around from 6:30 a.m. until he reaches the store at 9, that's about 3 hours. What would he have been doing wandering around for close to 3 hours? So it is most probable because he informed his wife, according to the statement of Mrs. Luthuli, that he is to go to the store first, and then from the store he would go to the plantation. There is no indication that he would go anywhere else. Therefore, for me, my lady, I find it that it would be improbable for him to be wandering around Groutville for 3 hours,
Waiting for what?
waiting for the unknown.
The Chief Luthuli,
Chief Luthuli.
being a diligent person who follows a certain routine.
Correct, my lady.
And the other aspect is about him, that is, Tilly, going to Chief Luthuli's home at about 20. Besides the fact that the contradicts the evidence of Papaya as to when it went to Chief Luthuli got to the hospital, says there was no relation of his at his home. Then what do you say about Tilly going there on a mission to inform members of the family about this tragic occurrence, but then still wait until 2? That would be about 1.5 or 1 hour 40 minutes.
My lady, it boggles the mind because if my lady is to remember the evidence that was presented by Mrs. Pietermaritzburg Luthuli, she stated that she proceeded to the hospital and she was adamant that it was before midday that she was at the hospital. So she's one of the first people who knew about Chief Luthuli being at the hospital.
And she doesn't say that she was involved by this.
No, my lady. So the one was really good to go and inform the family when, according to the evidence of Mrs. Luthuli, Mrs. Pietermaritzburg Luthuli, already she and her other brother and sister-in-law were at the hospital. In fact, to the extent that they were trying to speak to Chief Luthuli, but he could not speak back. So they were there. So why it is that Queenie would be sent to go and inform the family, inform which family which was present at the hospital.
Whereas they were already.
They were already there.
And then in the Next paragraph, he says, later on the same day, he accompanied members of the SA Revenue Police. It doesn't say how important to conduct it to this kind of hospital. And there was shown body of the Bantu adult, which I identified to the hospital authorities as being that of Chief Albert Luthuli. Now, the authorities at the hospital must have known by then
Correct, Madam.
that this is
Chief Albert Luthuli.
So why would he be the one who says to them,
Exactly, Madam.
Chief Albert Luthuli?
Those who were present at the hospital could have been taken by the police to go and identify the body. There was no need for everybody to be called from work to come and identify the body.
And we know from evidence on the postmortem report that Fanzea did the postmortem examination while the body was still warm.
Correct, Madam.
So there wasn't any doubt as to who this person was.
Correct. So, if there's no further aspect which my lady would like me to
Yes, I think you've addressed me on shield being on the right.
He's the only one who talks about an eye shield on the right eye.
Yes, eye shield on the right eye, which by the way was supposedly weaker.
The left eye.
So he wears the eye shield on the
On the eye you can see.
to let the weaker eye do the job of seeing.
Which is highly probable.
So we are discrediting it.
Correct, my lady. In all material respects. Thank you. We move on. We now move on to evaluate evidence which was presented at the currently open inquest proceedings into the death of Albert John Luthuli. As outlined earlier in our submissions and in our opening address on 14 April 2025, we made an undertaking to the court that we shall present evidence to the court relating to the ideological premise from which the apartheid government operated to promote a fascist system which undermined African people regardless of their stature in society. No government institution, we submit, was immune from implementing this fascist system, and we submit that through the evidence of all the witnesses who were called to testify, including experts, we were able to indicate to the court how various government systems covered up the circumstances surrounding the death of the deceased. To prove the improbabilities inherent in the evidence presented at the 1967 inquest report, witnesses were called to testify, and such witnesses included two trained experts, namely Mr. Hart van Tonder and Mr. Leslie Labuschagne, a specialist chief forensic pathologist practicing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Sbusiso Nzele was also called to provide this court with an opinion on the medical evidence that was presented at the 1967 inquest. Warrant Officer Brendan Burgess was called as a reconstruction expert who was to provide evidence pertaining to the probability of whether the train accident did indeed occur. Warrant Officer Sunit Nell was called to provide a pictorial aspect of the evidence which was presented to the 1967 inquest court, which, as well as to testify on methods conducted and probability of that evidence which was presented at the 1967 inquest proceedings. My lady, in SS Host, it is a 1967 decision, Volume 4, SA 527 in brackets C. the court defined what an expert witness is. And
Page,
hello, my lady?
which page are you on?
Oh, my lady, I apologize, I don't want to read. If I may come back to that aspect of the
Yeah, no, it's fine. Actually, I'm sure.
It was a typing error, typing omission. The court defined an expert witness and stated as follows: an expert witness is a witness who possesses knowledge in a specialized field and whose function is to assist the court in arriving at a correct decision. And again, in the decision of Manday, spelled Manday, versus Protea Assurance, it's a 1976 decision, volume 1, SA 565, in brackets EC. I will get the page where this was outlined. The court outlines the requirements for admissibility of expert evidence as follows. Number 1, it must be shown that the expert is competent to express the particular fact or opinion. Number 2, it must be shown that the expert has personal knowledge of the topic or has experience on the topic in question. Or number 3, it must be shown that the expert has relied on the knowledge or experience of other acceptable experts in the particular field. And number 4, it must be shown that the expert has grounds upon which the opinion or fact is based. We submit that the evidence of Dr. Spusiso Ntsele, Mr. Leslie Labuskaghni, Warrant Officer Brendan Burgess, Warrant Officer Sunette Nell, and Mr. Pat van Doler met the requirements as enunciated by the court in Manday versus Protea Assurance. In our heads of argument submitted to this honorable court, the evidence of each expert witness was summarized, and thus we will not attempt to repeat same in this address. However, we wish to bring to the attention of the court several important aspects testified to by each expert. During his testimony, Warrant Officer Brendan Burgess, whom we shall refer to as Burgess, stated that he agreed with Thulani Thusi of the Luthuli Museum that the bridge which runs over the Mtaweni River is indeed a similar bridge in design to that of the old Umgoti Bridge. He based this on a picture published in the Sunday Tribune of 30 July 1967, which featured Mataba and testified at the 1967 inquest. It was a picture of Mataba standing on the steel plate where he stated he had found Chief Luthuli and after the alleged incident. It is the same picture which was confirmed by Mataba at the 1967 inquest, which the court had accepted as Exhibit J. The picture also formed part of the Luthuli Museum archives, which is attached to the statement of Mr. Thusi marked as Exhibit N in his proceedings. Further, the measurements of the walkway of the similar bridge compared to those of the old bridge had a minute difference of 4 centimeters. It is therefore submitted that the calculations done by Burgess for reconstruction purposes, having used a similar bridge, are credible. The bridge running over the Mtaweni River thus became the basis for the reconstruction of the scene, as well as other source documents. Burgess took place on the southern end of the Umgoti River Bridge because all witnesses who were present at the scene placed the scene at that point. Burgess then analyzed the injuries noted by the 3 medical practitioners, Dr. Gregson, Dr. Cassell, and Dr. Hubert. Burgess then plotted the injuries noted by each doctor onto a diagram of a body and made comparisons. After examining the injury patterns of Chief Luthuli, Burgess criticized the eyewitness account of the locomotive driver, Latakan. Burgess observed that there was no injury on the right shoulder of the deceased, and yet Latakan stated that the deceased was struck on the right shoulder by the corner of the cab. In light of the position of the buffer on the Class 15CA locomotive, Burgess formed the opinion that the deceased would first have been struck by the buffer located in the front of the train before being struck by the corner of the cab. The next step which Burgess followed was to establish if an accident did indeed occur. Burgess determined that the only way in which an accident could have occurred, resulting in the type of injuries that were sustained by the deceased, is if the deceased was walking in the same direction as the locomotive, with his back to the locomotive and not walking towards the train. For this to have occurred, Burgess submitted that the accident would have been on the northern end of the bridge and not on the southern end, as described by witnesses in the 1967 Inquest proceedings. An analysis of the description which Latakan gave in respect of how the deceased was found on the track, Burgess testified that the deceased would have had to have fallen between the coaches in order to be in that position. But to do that without sustaining injuries all over his body, including the face, Chief Luthuli would have had to fall between the carriages at the exact same speed as that of the train. Based on his expert opinion, Burgess believes that it is highly unlikely that the deceased would have fallen between the coaches of the train. We therefore submit that it is improbable that the body of Chief Albert Luthuli was lying on the railway tracks as described by Latakan. The next factor which Burgess wanted to determine was the possible point of impact. Taking into consideration where the train actually stopped, Burgess calculated that the train driver Latakan would have applied the brakes between 170 and 180 meters from the north entrance of the bridge. He could not have applied the brakes at that point of having struck the deceased as he claimed, according to Burgess. Burgess was of the opinion that Latakan...
I think you must slow down.
Oh, let me try and slow down. Let me start again and slow down. Taking into consideration...
We have people who came here because they are interested to hear. They sit there, seated very far from us. I know, are you citrus? I already know.
I'm sorry, baby.
Baby.
Yes,
I do understand that baby people.
you speak very fast.
Yes. But it's slower.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I know it's difficult for you to adjust, but
I'll do my best.
I'm sure we want everybody to follow. I'm not saying they don't follow. They mustn't misunderstand me to say anything. But they're sitting too far.
And it must
us.
be clear.
Yes.
I understand, Malika. I will do my best. And then we start afresh. Taking into consideration where the train actually stopped, Burgess calculated that the train driver, Latakan, would have applied the brakes between 170 and 180 meters from the north entrance of the bridge. He could not, according to Burgess, Latakan could not have applied the brakes at the point of having struck Chief Luthuli, as he claimed. Burgess was of the opinion that Latakan must have seen something or someone already lying on the train tracks and then applied the brakes at that point, which would have been between 170 and 180 meters before the entrance to the northern side of the bridge. However, Burgess further states that for the train to have stopped where it did, the train would have had to travel at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, and therefore the probability of the impact having occurred on the southern side of the bridge is highly unlikely. We submit, therefore, that a train accident did not occur. The deceased did, however, or Chief Luthuli did, however, endure a ruthless attack, a ruthless assault, which we will substantiate at a later stage. We further submit that that Chief Luthuli was assaulted or attacked somewhere else other than on the bridge, and that his body was placed on the bridge to make it look like he was the victim of an accident. Burgess also attacked the credibility of the version provided by Latterhan with respect to the motions of the deceased when he was allegedly struck by the train. Latterhan stated that he saw Chief Luthuli spinning and falling between the tracks. Burgess was of the opinion that seeing this would be highly improbable, taking into account that the view towards the back of the locomotive is not very good, and also based on Latterhan's version that as soon as he struck the deceased, he applied the brakes. Burgess opined that it would be improbable for Latterhan to have executed both these actions simultaneously. Based on the scientific and mathematical evidence presented by Burgess to this court, we submit that there was no factual basis to conclude that a train accident occurred on 21 July 1967 and that Chief Albert Luthuli was a victim thereof. As a qualified and experienced locomotive driver, Charles Leslie Labuschagne, whom we shall refer to as Labuschagne, testified that he has extensive knowledge of regulations pertaining to driver behavior, as well as the behavior of all staff on board the steam locomotive. He was therefore able to comment on the versions provided by this locomotive driver, that is Latterhan, the fireman Kreling, and the conductor or guard Van Veet, in the statements which were submitted at the 1967 inquest. A number of important discrepancies with respect to the version presented by the train staff at the 1967 inquest were noted by Labuschagne. Firstly, he noted that the train and locomotive regulation, he testified that train and locomotive regulations provide that before approaching a train and when the train is at a point where there is a whistle board, the driver must blow the whistle to warn any pedestrians near the bridge that the train is approaching. Secondly, with respect to the fireman Kreling, who stated that he was looking outside of the train the whole time, Labuschagne submits that Kreling would have seen a person walking on the bridge if there was indeed one. Thirdly, with the Umvoti River Bridge being a straight bridge, it is expected that if there was a pedestrian walking across the bridge, such pedestrian would have been clearly visible to the train driver and the fireman right up until at least 5 meters from the end of the bridge. This would have been the same for the guard, Van Veet, even though he would have been seated at the back of the train. He too, according to Labuschagne, is expected to keep a constant look out of the window from his van. This is also the reason why there are brakes in the guard van, where the guard can also hit the brake in instances where the train driver, for whatever reason, is not able to do so. Based on the fact that the train driver would have had a clear view of the bridge right up until at least 5 meters from the end of the bridge, Labuschagne forms the opinion that the train driver would have applied his brakes long before the actual impact took place. Fourthly, the position of the guard van having stopped on the other side of the bridge indicates that the train was standing in the correct place from when the driver applied the brakes. Had the driver seen somebody on the bridge, the train would have stopped on the bridge and not after the bridge. Fifthly, train and locomotive regulations provide that both the driver and fireman cannot leave the footplate at the same time. At least one of them must remain on the footplate for safety reasons. The train driver, Latterhan, and the fireman, Kreling, disregarded these regulations when both of them alighted to the train.
And can we clarify that according to the speed of the train, we service the time when the brakes were applied, then please suppose that the train stopped after
The bridge
crossing the bridge, except that the guard van was still
slightly
slightly
onto the bridge,
but
Marie.
also if could have also been able to cross the bridge completely. So in other words, the longer part of the train was already off,
Or over the bridge.
over the bridge.
Yes.
But the guardhouse,
Was
though we
still
do not know
on the
whether it was halfway or, but it was still, part of the guardhouse was still on the bridge.
on the bridge.
And where was Chief Albert Luthuli according to that?
On the southern side of, on the southern side of the bridge, which, my lady, means that, according to their statements, Chief Luthuli would have been very near to the guardman.
Yes.
That's what it means. So, again, when Pretorius stated that there were no drag marks, that's quite strange, because surely then Chief Luthuli would have been dragged by this train that overlapped the bridge all the way
And relying on the
and
track
be lying on the other side.
and not on the
And not
on plate.
correct. Number 6, it has been established that the steam locomotive was traveling at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. And in the opinion of Labuschagne, any individual who was to be struck by a steam locomotive traveling at that speed would sustain serious injuries to an extent that the limbs of such individual would be dismembered. Further, Labuschagne testified that it would be impossible to identify the clothing of the individual. The impact of the steam locomotive with an individual on a bridge like that of the Umfoti would have caused the body of the individual to be knocked against the balustrade of the bridge and then immediately back underneath the train. This is what would have caused the body to have serious injuries and the body be dismembered. Labuschagne further testified that the corner of the can, if it had indeed struck Chief Luthuli on his right shoulder, the arm would have been removed from the shoulder blade completely. There are also other items on the side of the train, like step ladders, which would invariably have hooked the body of Chief Luthuli and carried the body even further down the tracks. It is submitted, therefore, that there should have been drag marks present, but according to the statement of Pretorius, the station master, there were no drag marks on the bridge to indicate that the deceased had been dragged along the train after he was struck. Point number 7. According to Labuschagne, when a steam locomotive passes over a steel bridge, it is extremely loud and would be impossible for one not to hear it unless one was completely deaf. This is especially because the sound of the whistle is uninhibited by any buildings or trees when it crosses over a river bridge. Labuschagne testifies to the effect that even if there was a strong wind blowing over the area of the Umfoti River on 21 July 1967, the sound of the whistle coming from the train would still have been very loud. He gave an example of trains operating in Mossel Bay, Cape Town, where there are strong winds, but the whistle of the trains can still be heard. The whistle must be blown, according to Labuschagne, for 5 to 10 seconds when entering the bridge. Further, when a steam locomotive is about to enter a bridge, there is a tremendous vibration that goes through the steelwork on the bridge. Therefore, at the very least, we submit, if Chief Luthuli was walking along the bridge, he would have felt the vibrations which would have alerted him of the oncoming train. Point number 8. Labuschagne submits that the measurements given by Latifani to the investigating officer were too coincidental, especially the measurement of the guard van having stopped directly at the 46.5-mile marker. He submits that this is coincidental, taking into account the coefficient friction and brake force of the locomotive. Labuschagne was of the opinion that those measurements were given in order to coincide with the vision of the driver. Point number 9. Regarding the distance which the guard would have covered in protecting the train, the distance would have been a total of 3,320 meters, coupled with the conversations that Van Wyk would have had with the station master and foreman, would in all probability, according to Labuschagne, have taken an hour. Now further testified that it was highly irregular for the guards to have left the protection point to go back to the scene of the alleged accident. According to Labuschagne, the guard was to have remained with his red flag at the protection point until such time he receives a written and verbal instruction to remove the protection point. The purpose of the guard remaining at the protection point with a red flag is to warn of any approaching train that there is a stationary train ahead. Therefore, the assertion by Van Wyk, the guard, in his statement that the period between the stopping and departure of the train took 20 minutes we submit is highly improbable. Point number 10. Labuschagne disputes Latahan's ability to have observed the sequence of what happened to the body of Chief Luthuli upon impact with the train. He corroborated the evidence of Burgess, wherein he disputes that the train driver would have been in a position to see the body of Chief Luthuli being spun and thrown between the bridge and the right side of the train, whilst he simultaneously drove the train and applied brakes. To see all of that, the train driver would have had to look out the window and down below. Labuschagne testified that this would be highly improbable.
That the train driver would have had the opportunity to look at what is happening to the victim
Correct.
and at the same time see the end result of where he lands, getting spun around,
Spun around.
all of that.
Image.
So Labuschagne disputes that with
He disputes that as it may,
supports Burgess.
and he supports the statement of Burgess. That it would have been impossible to actually have seen it. Lastly, given the speed of the locomotive, the impact having been at 40 kilometers per hour, the body having been knocked between the side of the bridge and the train, Labuschagne maintains that it would have been impossible for Chief Luthuli to have still been breathing when personnel arrived at the scene. According to Labuschagne, the impact would have killed him instantly.
Let me check that now. Like to enter into another island, what I had to say last week.
In terms of what
In terms of
Labuschagne, yes, Maria. In his statement, the train driver Latahan states that he had been driving along the stretch of railway track for the past 20 years. This suggests, we submit, that Latahan knew that stretch of railway track very well. Even if it were to be believed that there was indeed a train accident, the fact that the driver fails to follow regulations by ensuring that he slows down before entering the bridge and slows down even further upon entering the bridge indicates that there was negligence on his part, because he could have avoided the collision if indeed there was one. We submit that it is rather unfortunate that the Inquest court in 1967 neglected to probe these aspects in order to ascertain if there was indeed negligence on the part of the driver and train staff. We submit that it is curious as to how the court concluded that there was no negligence on the part of the railway personnel without having probed whether train regulations were adhered to by the train staff on the day in question. We have only highlighted 11 discrepancies which Labuschagne noted in respect of the statements tendered by the train staff. However, there were many others. In light of all of these discrepancies noted by Labuschagne, it is abundantly clear, my lady, that the train accident, as alleged by the train staff, did not occur. Okay.
at this point in time, we take lunch adjournment, or adjournment for the first two.
So taking care of that is good. What happens to the last part?
If she didn't cut me, I'd be done by now. Yeah, according to. Thank you, my lady. Mr. Kurt van Donder spoke to the issue of when a train is authorized to depart the scene of an accident. He testified that the train driver would be issued with a roadworthy certificate by the boilermaker and steam feeder before departure. When an accident occurs, the train driver is expected to immediately report the accident to his supervisor and wait for the arrival of the police, ambulance, and other railway officials. He stated that the driver is further required to depose to a written accident statement before departing the scene. Injured persons on the scene are not allowed to be removed until such time they are attended to by the ambulance personnel. It is clear from the evidence of Mr. Van Donder that the train staff on 21 July 1967, if one were to believe that there was indeed an accident whereby Chief Luthuli was struck by the said goods train, acted negligently in handling the body and the failure to follow proper procedures after the immediate occurrence of an accident. To test the veracity of the evidence presented by various witnesses at the inquest proceedings in 1967, warrant officer Sunil Nell, with the assistance of Burgess, conducted various tests. One of the tests which were conducted was to ascertain if the corner of the cab of the locomotive would have indeed struck the right shoulder of Chief Luthuli. It was established that Nell was of the same height as Chief Luthuli. During the test, it was noted that the length of the shoulder was lower than the alleged point of impact. Therefore, the deceased could not have been struck on the right shoulder by the locomotive. One of the other tests which were conducted was to establish how long it would have taken for Chief Luthuli to walk from the shop to the train station. It was established that it would have taken approximately 10 minutes for him to do so. Equally, the walk from the train station to the bridge would have taken approximately another 10 minutes. Therefore, if Chief Luthuli left his shop at 10 a.m., it is expected he would have arrived at the bridge around 10:25 a.m. if one were to include the possibility that the deceased may have stopped to have a quick 5-minute chat with the station master before proceeding to the bridge. This was submitted by Warrant Officer Nell. However, the accident is said to have taken place at 10:38, which amounts to a time difference of approximately 13 minutes. Nell testified that the purpose of this test was to indicate whether there was sufficient time for Chief Luthuli to have been assaulted by perpetrators, and in the opinion of Nell, the 13-minute interval was indeed sufficient time for an assault on Chief Luthuli to have taken place. The inconsistencies which were noted by Labuskaghni with respect to the evidence presented by the train staff at the 1967 inquest were also noted by Nell. Nell also agreed with the testimonies of Labuskaghni and Van Donder that the train occupants ought not to have removed the Chief Luthuli from his original position on the bridge, as that would constitute interfering with the crime scene. She further conceded that it is possible that the original position of the body of Chief Luthuli could have been on the walkway and not necessarily on the tracks. She therefore expressed how bizarre it is that the train driver would stop for an object that was not impeding the train, as the object was not necessarily on the actual railway tracks. Based on the many inconsistencies inherent from the statements and evidence presented at the 1967 inquest proceedings, as well as improbabilities based on tests which Nell conducted, her conclusion is that the whole incident was a cover-up to hide the truth behind what really happened to Chief Luthuli on 21 July 1967. Upon receipt of a copy of the post-mortem report of Chief Albert Luthuli, Dr. Nzele immediately identified the injuries indicated on the said report to say that they do not resonate with injuries that would have been expected from a pedestrian involved in a train collision. He testified that generally, a person who was struck by a train would sustain multiple fractures on different body regions and would sustain multiple abrasions, bruises, and or lacerations. He further noted a number of discrepancies from the face of the post-mortem report. Firstly, the injuries are grouped he stated that firstly, the injuries are grouped without providing specific distinctive detail about the injuries in relation to wound measurements and specific locations within anatomical sites. Further, he stated that it is not known how many and how big the scalp lacerations were. The same applies to the bruises. Secondly, there was insufficient description relating to the extent and severity of the fractures suffered by the deceased. There was no description of the injuries on a diagram to properly illustrate the observations made at examination, and no specimens were collected at autopsy for further investigation. Thirdly, the status of the clothing of the deceased was not documented on the post-mortem report. Dr. Nzele testified that the importance of this is to ascertain various clues. The presence of debris like grass or sand or soil could provide an idea as to where the person could have been. Fourthly, seeing that the post-mortem reflected 90 minutes after the death of Chief Luthuli, Dr. Nzele was of the opinion that the said examination was hurried. He opined that there seemed to be no cultural or religious reason to have necessitated the examination so soon after Chief Luthuli's demise.
And that was done approximately 90 minutes after the supposed death.
After the supposed death. Correct.
According to until body was still
War. Correct.
so to say there was no need to hide.
There was no need to rationalize it because, like in the instances of, for example, perhaps religious reasons where maybe the deceased was, for example, maybe of a specific religion, wherein the following day would have to be buried, then it would explain the hurried, or it would explain why the post-mortem would have to be hurried. But in this case,
it was done even the family wasn't there.
correct, my lady,
The medical practitioners.
the family was not even present at the post-mortem examination. And in this case, Chief Albert Luthuli was Christian, and his burial occurred, as I believe it was 2 weeks after.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was on the 30th of
Yeah, it was
if I remember. Yeah, so there was actually no need to rush the post-mortem examination. Dr. Nzele also analyzed the evidence presented at the 1967 Inquest proceedings. With respect to the evidence of Dr. Gregson, he noted that she omitted to observe the X-ray records, even though from her statement she had ordered for them to be done.
You said that Ferguson omitted to consider X-ray.
X-ray records, even though it is apparent from the records that she had ordered for the X-rays to be conducted on Chief Luthuli. Dr. Nzele stated that this was a measured omission since it would have illustrated the number of location of rib fractures. Dr. Nzele testified that X-rays also provide an objective observation of internal injuries. Further, the failure by Dr. Gregerson to state whether the fracture on the left elbow was simple, complex, or complicated did not help in ascertaining the amount of blunt force which could have caused the type of injury. Dr. Gregerson, who is said to have been the treating clinician, also fails to mention how many units of blood transfusion was administered to the deceased. According to Dr. Nzele, this was important for her to mention so that the deceased's level of cardiovascular deterioration could be ascertained. On the aspect of clothing, Dr. Gregerson had averred that there were no marks of dragging on the body, but his clothes were torn and dirty. Dr. Nzela opined that given the distribution and nature of the injuries reported by Dr. Gregson, he would have expected the clothes of the deceased to have been bloodied. Dr. Nzela further opined that there was no physical evidence to suggest that the deceased was thrown some distance away after impact, and therefore Dr. Gregson was therefore misguided in confirming the insinuation propelled by the evidence leader that the deceased was thrown a distance away after the impact. We digress to mention that given the evidence which was presented at the 1967 inquest proceedings, that the accident occurred on the bridge, it is submitted that the possibility of Chief Luthuli having been thrown some distance by the impact is extremely far-fetched. Dr. Nzela states that evidence of the deceased having been thrown some distance by the impact would have been in the form of dragging abrasions, extensive bruises, varied lacerations all over the body, as well as a fracture of the skull cap. In analyzing the statement of Dr. Hubert, the neurosurgeon, it could be ascertained from his observations of the X-rays that the deceased suffered extensive skull fractures, a fracture of the left elbow and ninth rib. In the opinion of Dr. Nzela, it is apparent that the rib fractures were not significant to have led to the death of Chief Luthuli. However, Dr. Nzela found it surprising as to how Dr. Hubert could have concluded in his statement that the deceased not only died as a result of head injuries, but as a result of chest injuries as well. Dr. Hubert himself stated it was not possible to ascertain whether there was an associated pneumothorax. This means he was not able to ascertain if there was bleeding in the chest. The only injury he could see was a fracture to the ninth rib. It was the respectful submission of Dr. Nzela that the conclusion reached by Dr. Hubert did not make sense at all. It is submitted by the state that this conclusion was reached by Dr. Hubert, Dr. Gregson, and Dr. Vassell. This conclusion, which was reached by Dr. Hubert, Dr. Gregson, and Dr. Vassell, was an attempt to paint a picture of severe injuries to the chest having been suffered by the deceased, in order for it to tie in with the notion that Chief Luthuli was indeed struck by a train. Despite the paucity of detail and the hurried manner in which the post-mortem examination was done by Dr. Hubert, wherein horizontal lines were just drawn. Apologies, my lady. Dr. Vansay. Thank you for the correction, my lady. Wherein horizontal lines were just drawn through the entire sections of the said report. Dr. Nzela also criticized the manner in which the 1967 inquest report dealt with the evidence of Dr. Vansay. He opined that the fact that Dr. Vansay was only asked 2 questions during the inquest proceedings was unusual. Further, in the opinion of Dr. Nzela, the court failed to ask clarity-seeking questions from Dr. Vansay so that he could supplement the shortcomings which were evident from the face of the post-mortem report. Further, the court did not ask him to comment on the presence or absence of internal injuries or other parts of the body. Dr. Nzela was of the opinion that the post-mortem report as a whole was substandard and also lacked detail with respect to the type of brain hemorrhage which was suffered by the deceased. This information, according to Dr. Nzela, would have been crucial in ascertaining the possible cause of the hemorrhage. Further, the extent to which the internal organs were affected was not noted by Dr. Vassell. In analyzing the statement of Papaya, who is said to have been the ambulance driver, Dr. Nzela criticizes the fact that clinical records by the ambulance crew were not attached to the statement of Papaya. Dr. Nzela testified that this information would have assisted in ascertaining what the deceased clinical status was when he was being treated by the paramedics. Regarding the quality of medical attention which was provided to Chief Luthuli, Dr. Nzela believes the deceased should have been transferred to King Edward Hospital in Durban, which was better equipped to handle patients who had suffered head injuries. He testified that this was quite evident from the fact that a decision was reached by the treating doctors that a neurologist had to be called. It shall be argued that the decision not to transfer the deceased to King Edward Hospital was deliberate. In commenting on the version of the train driver to say that Chief Luthuli was struck on his right shoulder by the corner of the cab, Dr. Nzele testified that he would have expected the whole arm of Chief Luthuli to fall off, given the speed at which the train was traveling, as well as its weight. There to be fractures in the area around the right shoulder, which would have caused damage to blood vessels and the lung. Having analyzed the injuries which are said to have been sustained by the deceased, Dr. Nzele was of the opinion that Chief Luthuli was assaulted. Dr. Nzele testified that the presence of bruises on the dorsal aspect of both the left and right hands, as well as fracture on the left proximal ulnar bone, may signal defense injuries which would normally occur when a victim of assault instinctively raises their hands and arms to protect their eyes, face, and head. In doing so, the chest area becomes vulnerable to being attacked, which could explain the fracture of the ninth rib. He was therefore of the opinion that the deceased was a victim of an assault rather than of a train collision. Our overall submissions with respect to the expert evidence presented during these current reopened inquest proceedings. We submit that it is evident from the reading of the 1967 inquest proceedings that Chief Albert John Luthuli was not provided with much needed emergency medical care. All state departments whose duty it was to see that emergency medical care was administered deliberately failed in their duty. The Glenhouse station master, who was informed about the alleged accident, instead of immediately phoning the hospital and police, elected to first go to the scene. Surely if a train accident did indeed occur, wherein there was a victim, the first call of action would have been to summon an ambulance to the scene. It is expected that Van Beek would have alerted Pretorius to an accident. A lot of time was wasted before an ambulance was summoned to the scene. It is puzzling as to why the ambulance driver, Peter Papaya, allowed himself to be pulled over by Burger when he was transporting a patient in need of emergency medical care. In that situation, every second and every minute would have been the difference between life and death for the patient. The only inference that can be drawn is that Papaya did indeed allow himself to be pulled over by Burger, because Burger stated that whilst driving to the scene of the alleged accident, the ambulance driver had confirmed that he is transporting ex-Chief Luthuli to Stanger Hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, it is quite clear that the attendant medical practitioners had diagnosed the injuries sustained by Chief Luthuli as serious. However, they failed to ensure that he is transferred to King Edward Hospital, the 8th, which would have been better equipped to handle the injuries. However, in the defense of Dr. Mary Gregerson, perhaps she did indeed want to transfer the deceased to King Edward Hospital by making the necessary call, but someone at the said hospital refused for the transfer to occur and opted to rather send a neurosurgeon to attend to Chief Luthuli. This is the institutionalization of apartheid, which we referenced to in our earlier submission. Chief Luthuli was deliberately denied emergency medical care because of the color of his skin and because he was an irritant to the then apartheid government. We submit that Chief Luthuli was a victim of the typical systemic attack which was perpetuated on political opponents by the apartheid regime. Apartheid was an institutionalized regime of systemic oppression and domination by one racial group over other racial groups with the intention of maintaining that domination, especially over non-whites. This is the very system which Chief Luthuli fought against all his life, whether passively or aggressively. To suppress his behavior, various banning orders were placed on Chief Luthuli. However, he constantly outsmarted the apartheid government. We submit, therefore, that a plan had to be hatched to eliminate him. However, in such a way that the government would not be blamed in fear of possible sanctions and resistance from the international community, who had a year earlier awarded Chief Luthuli with the Nobel Peace Prize. As apartheid was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations General Assembly in 1973, we submit that the death of Chief Luthuli was as a result of the institutionalization of apartheid, wherein various agents of the state, as mentioned earlier, especially the South African railways, the police and health departments, deliberately ensured that he did not get adequate emergency medical care, which ultimately contributed to his demise.
So, can we double check the year in which the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded?
That was
Say the year in awarded?
that is my mistake. It was in 1961.
Yeah.
A year earlier, what happened was the visit by John F. Kennedy that came
Robert
to
Kennedy.
Robert Kennedy that came to South Africa to see. I apologize for that mistake. I think my lady for bringing it to my attention. As apartheid was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations General Assembly in 1973, we submit that the death of Chief Luthuli was as a result of the institutionalization of apartheid, wherein various agents of the state, as mentioned earlier, especially South African railways, the police and health departments, deliberately ensured that he did not get adequate emergency medical care, which ultimately contributed to his demise. The South African police, who constantly surveyed the movements of Luthuli, went to great lengths to cover up the truth behind what led to his death by roping in officials from South African railways and Department of Health. We submit, therefore, that Chief Luthuli was a victim of apartheid, a crime against humanity. And that is the end of my submissions, my lady. Unless if there's anything else that my lady would like me to address on.
Yes, I think say Simon and Mr. Noble probably cover we almost go there.
As the court
There is anything to plan.
As the court is my lady, may I be excused for my colleagues? And we were two advocates about it.
It's still told now. Mr. Junior, the senior prosecutor,
As the court pleases, my lady.
he must tell us whether he must take it on.
As the court pleases, my lady, my lord.
Again, for the two parties to address us.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I would move an application to have the proceedings adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to afford my two colleagues sufficient time to prepare themselves for addressing the court tomorrow.
Then the lectures in order.
Thank
These
you.
proceedings are therefore adjourned to the 15th of October 2025. We will convene at 10 o'clock.
Except
Submit. Yeah.